Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 3, 2, 1.
All right, we'll keep on letting this go through and make sure we hear our voices coming out the YouTube channel real quick. It was kind of nuts, William. What you missed yesterday was Derek and I were on a team session. We were on our cell phones, we were on a WebEx, and we were listening to the YouTube all at the same time. And well, no, the feedback wasn't bad, but when we'd hear something on one thing, we wouldn't know what we were hearing it out of. So we're answering questions from three different devices. Don't let this get something.
Good morning, everybody. The Finance and Planning Committee will come to order Thursday, August 26th. It's 10 a.m. Item number 2, any citizens signed up to address the committee?
No, there was nothing today, Steve.
Okay, there being none, we'll move to item 3, which is approval of the minutes. We'll take item 3A first, the July 22nd Finance Committee meeting minutes. Let me try that again. We'll entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
This is Dorothy. Move approval of the July 22nd Finance Committee minutes.
We have a motion by Mr. Bose. Do I hear a second?
Second, Trent.
Second by Mr. Petty. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, Reverend Emerson's here.
I heard that voice.
Opposed? Motion passes. We'll move to item 3B, approval of the minutes from June 3rd Planning Committee. Entertain a motion to approve those.
Move approval of the June 3rd Planning Committee minutes.
I hear a second.
Second.
Second by Reverend Emerson. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Item 4, CFO report. Ms. Clark.
Good morning. It's good to see everybody online. I have a couple of items for this morning. The first one is to remind everybody that although we have approval on the board for our budget for fiscal year 22, we do still have to present at Commissioner's Court. Robert and I are scheduled for September 7th. That's their Tuesday 10 a.m. meeting. And our Finance Committee Chair will be joining us at that meeting. So more to come on that. The second item is a follow-up from a previous meeting about our extended hours for our eligibility offices that allow us to sign up any of our patients that could be eligible for coverage. That includes coverage from Medicare, Medicaid, any of the ACA plans, and we help evaluate what best fits them. If they are eligible for our connection program, that also goes through that process. So we're kind of doing this in 3 phases. The first phase is offering these extended hours, and I've got a slide to show you what that looks like from a communication standpoint. We have been working with Diana Brodeur and her staff to set up this rollout. Phase 2 is going to be a broader re-education for these patients, not only about JPS connection, but how to enroll and what are the benefits of enrollment. And then phase 3, current environment permitting, we will start our outreach events again. So if I could have the first slide. We've got a couple of screenshots to show you what things look like. I think you can go to slide 3. So one more back. I'm sorry about that. So this is actually our Facebook, a screenshot off of Facebook. But generally, the extended hours, we are, our last appointment used to be around 4:30. Now it will be 6 o'clock for our downtown location. And we have rotating Saturdays from 8 to 10 at our 4 larger medical homes. As you can see on the screen, that's at Northeast, Biola Pitts, Diamond Hill, and our South Campus in the Arlington area. If you go to the next slide, that is our Facebook screenshot. And the next slide, although you're not going to be able to read it, it's just really more how things are being communicated for existing patients that are active in my chart. So that's another mode of communication that we're using. If you can go to the next slide. So this is what would pop up with a little general education. It has links that are associated. Patients do not have to make a in-person appointment. This can be done online. You can drop off your paperwork. You can fax it in if that's convenient. But there's a lot of ways to get these applications processed. So that is going to be the last slide that I was going to show you. But we do have different avenues for those expanded hours and getting the news out to people. That was all of my prepared remarks for my update.
Okay, any questions for Sharon on that item?
I think it's good.
Thank you.
Agreed. Okay, there being no further questions on item 4, we'll move to item 5A, and we need to consider acceptance of this once we get the report. But Sharon, you want to go ahead with the July 21 unaudited financial report?
You bet. If you can advance 2 slides, we'll have our inpatient statistics. And this month is very familiar once again. One more slide, and you can see our inpatient stats, our admissions remain below budget, both year to date and for the month. Our case mix index, as you can see at the bottom left, is actually starting to track closer to budget. That measures the acuity of the patients that we have in-house, although it is up slightly from last month. And our length of stay is also slightly higher and often tracks with the higher case mix index. On the next slide, you can see that our emergency department is about at the same level it was last month, about 7% under budget. And urgent care visits are increasing for the last quarter. You can see that our primary care and specialty care visits are higher than budget, although the in-person visits are increasing proportionately. So for primary care, we've got about a 10% telehealth mix, as you can see by the stripe part of the blue line. And on our specialty visits, that mix is about 16% for July. The next slide, we can see the surgical volumes at the bottom of the page. We're slightly under for inpatient surgeries, and our outpatient surgeries were fairly high compared to budget and last month. We were about 12% higher there. And then
Hey, Sharon, I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
It's Roger.
Uh-huh.
On the emergency visits, are we counting all the people that come in with possible COVID as emergency visits? It seems like that number should be through the roof.
So what happens in emergency, any patient that comes in will be added as an emergency visit. So if you were COVID positive and you go through the emergency department, that is counted as a visit. So, you know, what you're not seeing is the last 3 or 4 weeks where some of the numbers have been higher. This ends as of the end of July.
Okay. All right.
So,
Thank you.
You bet. Are there any other questions on the stats so far?
Sharon, I have one for you on the case mix index.
Yes, sir.
Can you break those out as to which ones are COVID-19?
I believe that we could. I don't have that information here with me today, but it's really based on discharged patients, and we do have that by patient. So if they were flagged COVID positive, we should be able to pull that out, and I can talk to those better next month.
Okay, because isn't that part of the stuff that we're going to have to present to the feds on our expenses for COVID, or is that not?
So we have carved out a lot of our COVID expenses, whether it's a bulk purchase for some of our PPE or whether it is specific overtime shifts and increased workload for the COVID units. But we don't necessarily report the case mix. It's more around the COVID positive patient, not necessarily the case mix. But we have segregated and we can identify those patients.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You bet. The next slide is our mental health stats. You can see that our psychiatric patient days have remained very constant. They're about 3% under, as indicated by the yellow box in the top right. Our clinic visits continue to be strong. We have about a third of our clinic visits in July via telehealth. Our Psych ED continues to be very busy throughout this year. You can see it's above budget, about 16%. And overall this year, we've had about an 11% over budget. So that is still a very busy service. The next slide is all around our financial metrics. Our days cash on hand is about 350 days. You can see by the striped part of the blue line, that is starting to shrink a little bit as we start to have recoupment of the Medicare advance payment, and that will continue throughout this year. The other $85 million or so of the COVID relief funds are also held in our operating cash, but they are segregated and have not been recognized as revenue. When we do that towards the end of the year, and once we recognize and we can keep those dollars, those will be included in the darker blue portion. But it is a significant amount of cash.
Sharon, none of that needs to be sent back yet, though, right?
Not yet. Our first reporting period, the instructions on what is available to us to keep and how we measure our expenses continues to change, and they tweak those at least once a month, if not more frequently. So currently, we feel like we are going to be able to recognize about half of that by the end of the year at September 30th.
And that half would be
more
how much?
Instructions to come.
And
Dr.
that half,
Weber?
yeah, and that half is how much?
About 45 million.
45.
We've got 82 to 85 million on our books right now.
Thank you.
You bet. And that was received over a year ago. Our net IR days are healthy. They're about 45 for the month. And the bottom right page, our FTEs per adjusted patient day are also favorable year to date. We had budgeted just under 6 FTEs, and we're running at 5.88 for the 10 months into July. On the following page, we have our connection enrollment. It is staying fairly static as we get one more slide back. I'm sorry, I think 2 slides. I've already seen that one. There we go. One more.
I think we're going back and you want to go
We are
forward.
going backward. I want to go forward. Thank you.
There you go.
Here we are, connection enrollment. We have stayed constant at about 42,600 enrollees for July. Following page is our payer mix. Not a whole lot of change there either. One more slide, please. There you go. That's our payer mix. And then the next slide will be our July financial results. Again, there's a few things I want to point out here that happened in July, but our biggest overage, again, is happening in net patient revenue. We are continuing to receive unbudgeted money from HRSA for those self-pay COVID positive patients that have occurred, but we did get about $3.5 million this month from that program. And then we are having favorable variances in our Medicare uncompensated care payments as they come through. This month, as in prior months, we've had a favorable payer mix. That put about $1.5 million on the bottom line for the month. And that CMI overage created about $500,000 to the positive. Our retail pharmacy continues to have strong volumes, both in Central Phil and here at the main campus. And then when you look at our expenses, we talked a little bit about this during the budget presentation, but staffing continues to be a challenge. And we have some savings in salaries of about $1.7 million. But we are using a lot of contract labor to help supplement those openings. So you can see that there is an overage there. In purchase service, about halfway down the page, you can see that we're $2.5 million over for July. But that's a catch-up year to date. We were able to process some of those expenses from the master facility planning and the bond projects. So we did kind of a catch up, and that was about $3.2 million through July. The supplies are over, driven mainly by the volume of drugs, both in outpatient, specialty, and our inpatient areas. So at the end of the month, we had $22.5 million for income from operations, which was about $12 million favorable to our budget. That brings year to date to $165 million. If we can
Wow.
skip, I'm sorry, was there a question?
Oh, I just said, wow. That's a
big number.
It is a big
Indeed.
number. And that number, just to remind you, will help us fund some of these upcoming projects. It provides us with more cash on our balance sheet that will be available for, the next 5 to 7 years, and will help reduce our debt load.
Yep.
Go ahead and skip about the next 5 pages to the acclaim graphs. There we go. Acclaim is a little bit under budget for their encounters for the month, although they do remain over year to date. They're seeing about 7% of their total encounters through telehealth. Their net operating expense at the bottom right of this page is actually favorable year to date by about 5%. So each encounter is actually coming in at a little cheaper than we had planned. So if you want to skip back 2 more pages to the acclaim income statement, go the other direction.
Hey, Aggie, back means backwards, forward means forward.
Yeah, the IT guys are not going to be happy with me this morning. My apologies. I'm flipping my pages, so I'm going back in my deck if that helps anybody. So for July, Acclaim had a great month again, very similar to the prior months for this fiscal year. They did end their month favorable by about $1.2 million. If you look at the year to date on here, they're favorable to budget by about $10.5 million. They're right on target for their net revenue, and their expenses had some savings, and mainly in the benefits and salaries categories with open positions. Are there any questions on Acclaim? Yeah. Yes, sir.
So they're favorable, and I wasn't at last month's meeting, so and you said in June and July they were favorable, or just this month?
No, they've been running close to, they beat their budget by about $1 million on average through July.
Okay. Do we have any idea, and if you know this number, I'm going to call you a big nerd, but again, I don't expect you to know it, but do we know how they've performed compared to last year?
So from a budget standpoint, if you looked at the budget number, that is close to where they performed last year.
Okay.
We kind of tried to project for 21's budget how they were performing year to date back in 20. The number is probably a little bit less if you looked at July of 20, because we did add more providers, and there is a bit of a loss per provider as you look at the financial statements. So their volume increased, but it's relatively the same as the budget column.
Okay.
So,
Thank
Roger, I think the conclusion there is Sharon is a semi-nerd because she
Semi-nerd. Yeah.
I'll own that. It's one of the better nicknames I've had throughout my career. So
That's quasi-nerd.
Quasi-nerd. Thank you.
All right, no problem. And I'll do a little comparison next month for you, Roger. I'll be a little bit more prepared. So if you look at the following slide, we have the combined results. And to me, again, I try to always point out this is the most important page probably in the deck. If you look at year to date, our income from operations is $135.2 million. As an entity, we had budgeted about $61 million. So not too many years ago, I was extremely excited when that income from operations number was break even on a consolidated basis. So we've done some really great things over the last couple of years. That is the end of my prepared remarks for July.
Any questions for quasi-nerd Clark?
Of these, it's off the screen now. I guess we were positive 61. What you were just talking about, the combined operations. How much of that is government money from COVID reaction? And
I would say, from when you look at the medical center, year to date, we are over by just on the net revenue by about $60 million. We are on average, we're probably about 15 million this year is going to be from the HRSA money that we did not budget for, because as the state of emergency gets expanded, we also have some pickup in our supplemental funding year to date, but that's under 7 million.
Okay.
So the biggest pickup is going to be in the Medicare UC and the HRSA that was not budgeted.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You bet.
If I'm understanding Roger's question, and I may not be, and I apologize. that 60 plus million, how much of that is directly related, or any of it related to COVID? Is that kind of your question, Roger?
I'm just, is there a inflation there that we won't see in the future from COVID reaction?
Exactly.
Yeah. So part of what when we planned for budget 22, Roger, we did not plan for the COVID specific dollars that we are able to collect this year. There's a little uptick in Medicare. They give us a premium for those discharges that are COVID positive. But if you look at our budget numbers, we've really carved that out. And the two largest pools are that Medicare add-on, and that's probably $5 or $6 million for 12 months. And then the HRSA funds, we're still receiving those, and those are on quite a lag. But we'll likely recognize somewhere between, $13 to $15 million for this year. And those were not budgeted for 22. We may still receive them. I hope the state of emergency continues to allow those payments to be made. But we did not budget our expenses based on that extension.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Sharon?
Nope.
Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept Ms. Clark's report.
Trent, so moved.
Motion by Mr. Petty. Do I hear a second?
Second by Doherty.
Second by Mr. Bose. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Sharon, item B.
So item B, we do this once a year. This is my annual request to actually transfer dollars into our pension plan to support this benefit to our staff. We have actuarial reports that are performed every year. And this year, the suggested funding is, and I do have a slide on this that I pulled out some numbers. So if you'll go to the next slide. Yeah. If you'd like to read the Rudd and Wisdom reports, there's a lot of information in there, and it's a difficult read. But the highlights of it is they are suggesting $20,152,558 to be funded to keep our pension plan healthy. Our employer contribution rate is currently 6.25% of the participant salary that are here. The number of participants that we have are currently just under 6,100. 4,300 of those are still employed and earning benefits. The others could have reached retirement age, or they could have just severed their employment with JPS and are no longer accruing additional benefits, but will be eligible upon retirement age. So that kind of is the gap there. Another fun percentage that I like to point out to you guys is that our net position is about 93.5% funded. It's a very healthy plan, and we need to go ahead and keep it healthy. The one thing that we can do on an annual basis is continue to make these contributions. So if there are not any other questions on this, yes, sir.
This is all pretty much anticipated and budgeted. We knew this was coming, right? This isn't a $20 million surprise. Correct.
No, it's accrued monthly. There is a bit of a true up. So there's two sides to pensions, and because the AICPA has gotten involved in our GASB standards, the $20.2 million is of cash contribution is not exactly our expense on our books, but we do show that expense every month. We did have a little uptick in our pension expense this year, driven by the number of participants, and somewhat impacted by plan performance, as earning rates are anticipated to slow down a little bit over the next 5 years, is impacted by the current economy. So, but this is our cash transfer.
So Steve, basically we were prepared for that, and Sharon, the fact that you brought up Gatsby puts you in the full nerd category now.
Robert,
It's what I do.
You're calling us from cell block C, Folsom Prison. So Sharon, just one point of clarification: the requested contribution at the top, the 20.1 million, is different than the GIBA requested contribution at the bottom of 272,000. Correct? Those are two different animals completely.
Yes, there'll be two separate motions. I can go ahead and talk about the GIBA. It's a governmental excess benefit account. There are.
Sharon, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let me go ahead and because the first part is item B, and let's go ahead and knock that out, and then we'll go to the GIBA. Is that cool?
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. So any questions for Sharon on the pension request? Okay. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion on item B for the requested contribution to the pension plan for FY20 of 20.152558.
Recommend approval.
Motion by Dr. Weber.
Second, Trent.
Second by Mr. Petty. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
This is Dorothy. I need to abstain from that vote.
Thank you, Dorothy. Any opposed? So unanimously approved with one abstention from Ms. DeBose. Okay, item C. Go ahead and go into the GIBA if you would, please, Sharon. Thank you.
So if you could go back one slide to the previous slide that we were on. There we go. The last bullet down there is on the GIBA plan, which is defined. This is no change requested. This is just funding the normalized amount, which is $272,039.
Okay. Any questions for Sharon on that item?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Petty, a second by Mr. Bose. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. All right. Live from New York, Miss Daphne Walker, item D.
Chairman.
You are on mute. I got to see it. Yes.
Did you say I am still muted, or can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, good. Well, today we are seeking approval to move forward with our annual insurance renewals. This is my first time presenting this. So I have Arena on standby in case I misstate or miss anything. And I think we do have a presentation if team can get that up. And if we can go ahead and go to the third actual slide. So one more and one more. Thank you. So we've included in your packet a list of the various coverages, last year's premium rates, and quotes that we've received thus far. I did want to point out on this particular slide that the table includes both firm quotes, which are those quotes that are our best and final, and which are listed in black, and quotes that are currently the lowest we've received to date, but for which we are still awaiting competing quotes. Those are listed in blue. So any approval that you give us will not exceed the total premium amount that's listed at the bottom of this page. If you'll go back to the first slide, we've included some key points at the beginning of the presentation that speak to the rationale for some of the increase in premiums that we're seeing. Go back to the first slide, please. There we go, right there. Yep. I'll run through those quickly. On our D&O insurance, carriers are reacting to industry-wide trends, and we're seeing rate increases across the board. We've reflected some of those here, but we're still waiting on some competing quotes, so we're hoping to get a more favorable premium than what's currently listed. On our cyber liability, it's definitely our most significant increase. We're currently carrying a total of $30 million in coverage, which we do recommend continuing. I've been mentioning to you all in my reports to the board that we are seeing a trend with vendors who can potentially access our information, shifting that liability back to the covered entity. This is another line for which we are still waiting for our final quotes, but we aren't optimistic that we will see anything much lower than what is shown here. Next slide, please. With respect to property, that was another of our more significant increases. Aon, the consulting firm that assists us with this review, did discover that we had never had a property appraisal. So the initial quotes that we were getting were based on an estimated property value. We did get some reductions to the increase in connection with the appraisal that was done, but we're still looking at a hike due to our claims history. And finally, with respect to our excess workers' comp liability, we did experience a bit of a bump in order to retain our retention limits at $600,000 as opposed to the proposed $750K retention, which would have given us a similar premium to last year. So it went up just a little bit if we're going to keep our retention at $600K. And back to the next slide. So on the comparison chart itself, I did want to point out two lines that we can consider whether we need the continued coverage. That's our alpha terrorism. It's virtually a new line that we purchased a couple of years ago in anticipation that the Terrorism Risk Insurance Act, or TRIA, was going away. TRIA is an option that we can access through our property insurance for $35,000 as opposed to the $125,000 for alpha terrorism. However, that to access the TRIA, it requires certification of an act of terrorism by the federal government. We have no existing claims history for terrorism, but that is a consideration for you. And the other line that you might want to consider is the regulatory line. That is $10 million in coverage. It is an expensive premium, and it has a $350,000 deductible and 15% co-insurance. The only real data that I have for you on that is that many healthcare entities don't carry the coverage, and it's hit or miss with respect to when it's helpful or not. So it's a kind of just in case, maybe nice to have coverage. But those were, all of the other lines are definitely things that we're going to need to continue carrying. And so in the last slide, which I'm not going to spend any time on, if you can go to the next slide, please. Just shows this is really just a depiction, and it's not intended to be a graph, but it just shows those coverages with premiums listed at the bottom, deductibles just immediately in the gray bar above that, and then the coverage limits just for your visual review. And with that, we just want approval to move forward with going ahead with our insurance renewals.
So Daphne, this is Steve on the terrorism piece. In my business, I've always declined that just because I think it's, I'm not so sure of its value. I guess I would ask you or ask anybody on the committee what their thoughts are about that. That just seems to me an unlikely scenario.
I agree. This is Trent. I mean, more and more, force majeure clauses are changing every single day as it relates to COVID and terrorism and all these things. This looks to me just like a cost. I don't see a benefit from it at all. And if we were to, and I guess on a more global scale, Daphne, I would say with these level of increases, have we looked at self-insuring some of these components and then buying a reinsurance provision on top of them to try to drop some of these premiums? Because some of these are just crazy increases.
I think that on the cyber insurance, I'll speak to that one first, since that was the biggest increase. With the things that we're seeing from industry trends, that would be a huge self-insurance risk. I believe. I don't know that we've specifically talked to our consultant about that. It's not really much of what I'm seeing in terms of how people are insuring against those particular claim occurrences. But that would be one that I don't know that would be the recommendation. But to your question, we have not done a deep dive evaluation on self-insuring on some of the other lines.
I'd like to see that, because I think there is a level that we can quantify our risk on some of these premiums and self-insure it to a point, and then put a reinsurance provision in for anything over that point. Because, I mean, if we have an act of terrorism, chances are pretty good that whatever this thing is saying our limits are, it's going to be more than that, especially if it's quantified, across the entire district. And to me, there's logic in saying there is a level at which JPS needs to cover our risk for terrorism or cybersecurity with a reinsurance provision that would probably be a third as expensive, but over a certain amount, below which we'd be willing to self-insure and take that risk on the district, because these are just crazy high.
Yeah.
And I guess I probably should ask, and Raina may need to weigh in, are we willing to go bare for a time? I think that all of these coverages are expiring. I'm not sure how long the requested evaluation would take. We are definitely happy to do it. I don't know if we'll get through that before the current policies expire. So that's just a question for the committee.
So I'm just going to insert one consideration. We do have covenants that require our property to have some level of insurance on it. Maybe we could consider studying this for the next renewal cycle for a self-insured option or some type of another vehicle for insurance, but I would not recommend going bare is one option.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Hi, this is Irena. I just wanted to chime in as well. The terrorism is an option for us to go ahead and sign on for the TRIA. More than likely, if we do pick up the TRIA with the property insurance and with the estimated quote for it being $35,000, more than likely, if there's an incident at the hospital, TRIA will kick in. It will probably be a certified event. We could experience some savings there. And we are also continuing to work with the cyber markets in order to display our internal controls we have in place. We've been working closely with IT in order to get that premium decreased some more, because I know that's the highest rate of increase that we've experienced. But we also may have some time before the renewal, because our renewal date is actually on September 30th. We may have some time in between to evaluate where we can self-insure as well. But as Daphne stated, we are going to, the proposed amounts that we gave are the highest increase that we'll see. We did go with the conservative estimates that we were provided.
Based on that, Mr. Board Chairman, Dr. Weber, might we have this pushed to the full board? It's got to go to full board anyway. Might we push this to the full board and see what kind of research and investigation can occur by staff before the next board meeting, and just see if maybe like the cyber and some of those others can be reevaluated and maybe do the formal approval then?
Absolutely.
Daphne, does that work?
Yeah, that's fine with me. Do we want that research on all lines or just the ones with the most significant increases? Just so I'm clear on that.
I don't know, Trent, what do you think?
Well, I think we've seen incremental increases in these premiums for a long, long time, and the incremental increases have been pretty rational. I mean, and not too far outside of what we see happening in the marketplace. But I think those that take these huge steps, I think there has to be a different level of review applied to that, and probably a different philosophy applied to it. Because, you know, if we have a cyber hack, for example, my guess is it's probably more difficult to quantify the cost of that than it is the impact on our district. And that's not necessarily a quantifiable impact when we start talking about money. And, you know, obviously it tears everything up. We have security issues. We have data that gets lost. All those things are possible circumstances, but having insurance isn't going to stop any of that. And it's not going to fix it either. So from my standpoint, there does need to be some analysis made on these dramatically higher premiums. Let's say anything that went over 10% from the previous cycle. I'd like to see an independent review that shows me whether or not these can be reinsured. And if so, if we look at that from a self-insurance standpoint, what we think the quantifiable risk should be that we can take on and what savings would result from that comparison.
This is Dorothy. Are we taking off the regulatory liability we talked about? That was one that we really didn't think we need. So is that one that we are just looking at removing like we did with the terrorists?
The cyber one to me is a huge exposure, considering what's going on in the market and the industry and the world right now. I would be really uncomfortable changing that too much, just because I just do think that reflects the risks that are out there. The terrorism one, though, to me, just doesn't translate. I could be 100% wrong in that. I'm not claiming any special knowledge. It just, to me, seems a so unlikely scenario.
Well, Steve, I agree.
You asked about the regulatory, correct? You were saying regulatory, not cyber.
Right. I was talking about the regulatory.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
So that's the one that we are talking about removing with the alpha terrorism. That was the two that we talked about in the beginning that we didn't think we needed. Am I correct on that?
From my perspective, yes.
Me too. But I would say it from this standpoint, and Steve, to your point, I'm not saying go bear on these. I'm saying let's analyze them and see what the reinsurance point is that the market would allow us to take advantage of a pretty significant savings in premium and still reinsure a catastrophic event. I'm not saying go bear. I'm saying we need to do some more analysis, because as these things just keep going up year after year, I'd like to see what the industry is doing and how it's responding to it. I'd like to see what some of our peer hospitals are doing, because these are gigantic. I mean, these are increases that are beyond anything we'd consider reasonable or precedented.
Well, I agree with you with you, Trent, on the cyber one. Let's look at that one a little bit more closely. That one stood out to me as being unreasonably increased. That's the highest one. Yeah. But I think that in just looking at them and seeing which one we could self-insure and then buy an insurance policy for a cover after that is a good idea too. Okay.
Well, and property, the chances of a catastrophic event happening to every building in the district at one time is, to me, that one's the one that's kind of out of control.
Yeah, and
and-
interestingly enough on that one, you know, we did have a pretty sizable claim in connection with Snowvid. And so that, you know, that unfortunately our claims history on that was driving a little bit of the increase. But to your point, we were looking at that one pretty closely as well, Mr. Fisher.
Yeah, I mean, was that the boilers and all that infrastructure stuff?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Buildings, leaks.
Okay. Yeah, and
And also, we had
I agree with both Trent and Steve when it comes to cyber. Cyber's the one that can almost sink you with a major attack. But then again, $30 million, like Trent said, really isn't going to solve the problem. So I think that it's a good idea to punt into the next full board meeting and see if we can get some information. But to me, the property one is kind of that. To me, that seems to be the easiest one to self-insure and back up with a catastrophic policy.
We definitely can add that piece to the analysis and bring that back to full board.
Okay. If you would do that, I think that is the will of the committee. And so we won't take a vote on this at this time. We'll defer it to the September board meeting. Is that acceptable to the committee?
Yes, thank you.
Steve, exactly which ones will be going to the
Yeah, that's what I had.
the board committee? Not all of them.
Well, I think they'll bring them all back, right? I mean, some of them may take a little more analysis than others. Am I reading that right?
So I think, yes, I think what I'm hearing is that we will evaluate these as a whole. It sounds like today I heard that there's not an appetite to continue regulatory and alpha terrorism, but we'll leave them on there so that we can get the approvals all at one time, make sure that we have it straight. And then any comparisons that we're able to do from a self-insurance and reassurance perspective, we will include that information when we bring this presentation back to the full board.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Daphne, very much.
But Steve, the big three that we're going to be looking at are going to be cyber, alpha terrorism, and regulatory. Is that correct? And property, or big four, I guess.
I think so. I think that's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Daphne. Okay, we'll move to item, where are we? E, I guess. And Daphne, you're still up.
I am still up. Thank you. A few weeks ago, or I think last month, the district attorney presented the services that they provide for JPS today. So this is a request for approval of the exemption to bid, since this would be an interlocal agreement, and also approval of the contract for legal services between the criminal district attorney of Tarrant County and the Tarrant County Hospital District for an estimated annual amount of $677,804. As I mentioned, the district attorney who has joined us today did come and present to the Finance Committee about a month or so ago. And since then, she and I have visited and talked through the relationship. They have done a great job for us in terms of providing these services, and we would like to continue our engagement. She was definitely amenable to flexibility for us as we continue to grow out our legal team and services. And so unless there are any questions, we are asking for approval of the exemption to bid and the contract.
Okay, you've heard it. Thank you, Ms. Wilson, for being here today. Any questions for Daphne on this?
Nope.
Okay.
Move approval.
We have a motion by Reverend Emerson.
Second.
Second, is that you, Chet? Was that you, Chet?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Second by Dr. Schrader. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Sharon, thank you so much. We look forward to continuing to work with you and all the great work and value you bring to us. So thank you very much.
Thanks. We're happy to continue that relationship. Y'all take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to item F. Rory McCready, ILAD, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Before we get to the details of this particular contract, I think it's a good idea to give you a little context on the discussion. Mr. Bose had some great questions about downtown health and rehab earlier in the week, and I think we should go a little bit more in depth about some of the things we're doing with these contracted providers. Prior to 6 months ago, we had monitoring of these providers, but in the last 6 months, our actions have become much more intentional and robust to measure these providers. It's a joint commission requirement that we have to measure and look at key performance indicators and things going on in those various facilities to ensure that our patients are getting the quality of care that they deserve. So we've done many things as kind of a multifactorial process over the last few months, tracking things annually like accreditation, licensure, patient satisfaction surveys, and in addition to that, CMS star ratings. We've also had initial quality meetings with many of these providers, and we'll have ongoing quality meetings. The goal of those are to just simply establish accountability as well as create a relationship with them. The star ratings in particular is something we would pay attention to. There are several different things that go into that, quality being probably the most important. And downtown health and rehab does have what's called a short stay quality rating of 4 out of 5. And then their overall quality rating, which includes those longer nursing home stays, is a 3 out of 5. And then some of the things that may drag them down a little bit are some health inspection reports. Some of those reports are 3 to 4 years old. They go back to 2017. And then the other thing that may impact them is some of the staffing ratios with respect to total patient care hours as well as RN patient care hours. Jill Farrell and her team have established a SNF care team, and that's comprised of 2 RNs and 1 community health worker that are actually in the facilities. These providers a minimum of 1 day a week, and they participate in the interdisciplinary team meetings. And then they also see these patients at bedside before they leave JPS, and then they follow them 60 days after they're discharged from the skilled nursing facility. Jill and her team are also doing on-site visits. They visited downtown health and rehab and observed the care. And so we are proactively visiting these facilities. And then Jill and her team are also actively pursuing other options within the Tarrant County area for our patients. It is a high volume contract, about 1.4 million spend annually. Roughly 40% of our patients go to this facility that receive skilled nursing care. It's about 3,100 patients per year. And then it's a very heavy impact on our behavioral health population. 1 out of every 4 patients at downtown health and rehab receives an antipsychotic medication. So it is a term of 3 years, but we do have a 30-day convenience out clause, which means we can stop sending patients at any time. So I apologize for the length of that, but I know there may be some further questions, and I'll take those now. But we are seeking approval to renew that contract.
Any questions for Rory?
I have one, Steve, if I may.
Yes, sir.
What are the centers doing to get from the 3-star Medicare up to the 4 and ultimately the 5?
Yeah, so there's really about 5 different factors right now that weigh into that, Dr. Weber. There's quality, there's staffing, in particular health inspections and RN staffing. So what we are doing specifically with them are working towards those individual questions and those things that impact our patients as well as theirs. in hopes that those star ratings will improve in that individual facility. To answer your question, there's a lot of activity and a lot of work going on. Some of the things may be related to pressure ulcers. Some of the things may be related to how well that patient is able to move once their movement after discharge, kind of returning to daily living activities. There are falls. There are questions around falls. So there's a lot of different factors. I hope I'm answering your question, but there's about 15 to 20 different quality questions that go into the star rating survey.
No, that's good. That's a nice little summary.
This is Dorothy. I thank you, Roy. I think it was good information, and I looked at that from the patient standpoint, and I think they have all of the process in place to make sure that we are monitoring our patients. And I would just ask Chuck that this is one of the output indicators that would go to quality maybe once the quarter or twice a year, just so we would stay on top of it.
I agree.
But other than that, I would recommend approval.
Okay.
I forgot to mention, I would fully recommend as well, Mr. Bose, we'll get together with Jill and we'll get on one of these quality committee meetings in the next couple of cycles here and give some sort of report, not just on downtown health, but all of the providers. So you guys can see that and how we're doing.
Yeah. Okay.
Excellent, Rory.
Okay.
Any other questions for Rory? I'll take Mr. Bose's recommendation as a motion. Do I hear a second?
Zim, second.
We have a second by Mr. Zimmerman. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Rory. Item G, Miss Ball, Bama Ball, what you got?
Welcome to the SEC, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the board. I appreciate your time this morning. I'm asking for you to consider approval of an interlocal agreement for the provision of pediatric and adolescent behavioral health services between the ERA Independent School District and Tarrant County Hospital District. This is no cost to JPS. This is funded through the grant we received from Senate Bill 11 through the Texas Child Mental Health Care Consortium. We'll provide short-term, approximately up to 2 months school-based access for young people that are referred to our program by teachers and or school counselors for resolutions, initial intervention and assessment, and if these can't be resolved, then a referral if necessary. This does provide with a 30-day out clause, and it aligns with the district's strategic plan to improve patient outcomes for adolescents with mental health.
Okay, any questions for Zelia on this item? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion on item G.
This is Dorothy. Move approval.
Motion by Mr. Bose. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Reverend Emerson. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Ms. Dent. Thank you. Item H, Ms. Dent. There you are.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity. I have 4 considerations for board approval. The first one is to consider approval from Stryker and with Tarrant County Hospital District. This equipment represents manifolds and smoke pencils, and what that equipment does is reduce and eliminate smoke in our procedural areas. $293,057 annually, and it is approved in our FY21 budget. It'll be a 1.392 total cost over 4 years and 9-month contract with a cost avoidance of $45,000 annually.
Okay, further explanation. Any questions for Ms. Dent? I'm sorry, did I hear a motion by Reverend Emerson? Second.
Second.
Second by, is that Roger?
Zim.
Jim, okay. Oh, sorry. Second by Mr. Zimmerman. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. I'm going to self-correct here on item F. I just realized that we needed a two-part motion. Exception to bid and the motion itself. If we could go back and correct that, I want to make sure that Daphne doesn't throw something at me. So could we reconsider item F? And Mr. Bose, could you restate a motion including both of those?
Yes, I recommend that we approve the exception to bid and the agreement.
Okay, you've heard the motion, the two-part motion, the second by Reverend Emerson. All in favor of the two-part motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Sorry about that. All right, Ms. Dent, we'll move back to you. Item I.
Hey, item I is requesting the board to consider approval for another pricing agreement between Stryker and Tarrant County Hospital District. This equipment is for our interventional radiology invasive labs department for disposable implantable supplies. This is for our neurovascular patient. $700,000 annually, and it was approved in FY21 and FY22 operational budget. It will be a $3.5 million total cost over a 5-year term. Initial would be a 3-year term with a potential 1-year renewal option.
Okay. And this is budgeted, I did hear you say?
Yes, it is. FY21 and FY22.
Awesome. Okay. You've heard exclamation. I can't say that word today. Any questions for Ms. Dent?
Move approval.
Motion by Reverend Emerson. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, was that Mr. Zimmerman?
It was Chuck, Steve.
Ah, man, my voices are off today. So second by Dr. Weber. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. Item J. Ms. Dent, you're still up.
I am. This is the third one. I'm asking the board to consider approval of exemption to bid and a purchase agreement between Verathon and Tarrant County Hospital District. This is for the purchase of 4 glide scopes, and we use glide scopes for intubation, and we desperately need them, especially for our difficult and our emergent intubation cases. Total cost is $89,861, and it was approved in our FY21 capital budget.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Dent? Entertain a motion on item J.
This is Dorothy. Approve the exception to bid and the purchase agreement.
I don't think this one actually had an exception.
Oh, it did.
It did. It did.
Oh, it did? Thank you, Dorothy, for being ahead of the curve here. You heard the motion by Mr. Bose.
Tim, second.
Second by Mr. Zimmerman. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item K, Ms. Dent.
All right, last one. Requesting the board to consider approval of a second amendment to the purchase agreement between Abbott Labs and Tarrant County Health District. This is for our cardiovascular service line. Multiple different varying amount of supplies and equipment. For example, implantable IVC filters and stents, disposable wires, cardiac catheters, and balloons. $830,000 annually, and it is approved in our FY21 and FY22 operational budget. It's an $830,000 total cost over 1-year contract term extension.
Okay. Any questions for Dean? All right. Entertain a motion on item K.
So moved. Trent.
Motion by Mr. Petty.
Second, Trader.
Second by Dr. Schrader. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Item 6. I'm going to hand the handlebars over to Mr. Petty to take it from here.
Good to see everybody today. Thank you for being here. We'll try to make this as quick as possible. In essence, what we want to do today is bring you up to speed of the things that have happened on the steering committee since our last meeting, and probably much more importantly is we have a series of RFPs, RFQs that are ready to be released, and Daphne is going to walk through with you the specific process related to those RFQs. There's some very clear legal guidelines that we have to follow in that. What we want to do today is make sure that the planning committee / finance committee has an opportunity to hear from staff as to which of those RFPs, RFQs are going to hit the streets and be able to ask questions about those. Specifically, we've got Derek here, we've got Adam here. Before we do those pieces of it, I want to call on Angie to do our regular capital report. This isn't the bond report. This is just a regular capital report on the projects that Angie's managing. So Angie, we'll turn it over to you.
Yes, sir. Good morning. So I did want to follow up with our Behavioral Health Recovery Center. We did complete that project, 601 West Terrell. If you'll recall, it's the old cancer center that was renovated. They got moved in and saw their first patients on August 9th. I would like to recognize Postel, the general contractor for the project. You know, even with today's volatile construction market and their staffing shortages in construction and material shortages, that were able to pull it off. They got us moved in on time. We're still doing a little punch out there, but there's some pictures just showing you, that's the areas you're looking at right now. Those were existing floors that they were able to get in and refresh, and it just really looks good. I'm really proud of it, and proud that our behavioral health patients have that building to be seen.
Good job. Any questions for Angie on that one?
Nope.
Thank you, sir.
Angie, thank you very much, man. We appreciate it.
Welcome.
So with that, Daphne, I'm going to turn it over to you and walk through our, well, let's see, Daphne, do you want to do the process first, or do you want to bring Derek and Adam on first?
I think you thought it might be helpful to kind of outline the process first, but I'll defer.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. Outline the process, and then that way, when Derek and Adam get up, we can kind of walk through some of the specifics, and we'll be ready to move forward on the RFP, RFQ.
Thank you, Mr. Petty. And as a reminder, the board had previously agreed with the notion that, we were going to bring things forward kind of in a project specific way, which might include a number of items that we're asking to move forward with. And so that's what you'll see later today. And then as we were meeting in connection with the steering committee, I think people found it helpful to kind of understand both the internal process for how we actually go about issuing those requests for proposals and requests for qualifications, and then how we would bring that information forward. So that's what I've been asked to outline for you today. So starting first with the internal process, at the upstart, I just want to mention that our vendors do have a portal that they can access to see all of this information. We have been taking strides to refresh that so that it makes sure that it's inclusive and has all of the right guidance for them to get started down the right path to be able to participate in any offerings that we have. So that is kind of going on in connection with all of the work that we're doing. Our work to prepare those requests is an interdisciplinary approach, and we have the contract team heavily involved with that. So to initiate an RFP within the facility, a request is first sent to the contract team of the need for the competitive solicitation. And they're responsible for making sure that we're compliant with our purchasing policies and anything related to real estate and construction, which are all policies that have been approved by the board. So we're going to follow those anytime we're issuing an RFP. Using the appropriate template, the contract team works with the program manager, the facilities team, and any other applicable subject matter expert to develop the scope of work, evaluation criteria, and any supplemental documentation. The scoring criteria is always includes pricing for RFPs and qualifications to perform the service and commitment to diversity. Once the RFP is fully developed, it is posted to the JPS website and advertised in the local newspaper. Email notifications are sent out to registered JPS vendors and local chambers, and we have information on our vendor portal for vendors so that they understand how to go through that registration process. Vendors may submit questions to the RFP administrator, and any answers will be publicly issued on our website in the form of an addendum to the RFP so that we can ensure fairness with the process. Vendors submit responses, proposals by the published deadline. Late proposals are not accepted unless JPS determines to extend the response time for all respondents. Again, just ensuring fairness across the board for those wishing to participate. The evaluation committee members will review proposals independently and then they meet for discussion. The committee generally includes representatives from strategic sourcing, representatives from finance, 2 subject matter experts, another member identified by contract management. So that's general with respect to our RFPs. Obviously, program managers and facility team are heavily involved in part of the membership for anything bond related. Our diversity inclusion team is included as non-voting, so they are the ones that do the scoring. So they participate to make sure that we have the right information so that we're capturing the diversity requirements that the board has set forth for us. Process includes scheduling interviews, demonstrations, scoring to get to a shorter list, requesting clarifying information, requesting best and final offers, and final scoring of vendors. And then the contract team collects the blinded scoring sheets from the evaluation committee members and tallies the scores. And once the proposed award is confirmed by planning or the board, and I'll go through that separate process for the board and the board committees, vendors are notified of the outcome. So that doesn't happen again until the award is confirmed. And then we proceed to contract negotiations. So that is, just an overview of the process end to end, so you understand all the steps that our internal team has to take in order to get something to the final award stage. The request for qualifications is a similar process. The big difference being that scoring does not consider pricing there because we are focused on qualifications. So that's the internal process, and then I will outline the process that we are going to follow to make sure that the committee has access to information and that we can move on these various projects efficiently and coming back when it's time for award. So I'll go ahead and move into that unless somebody has any specific questions about the internal process. Okay, so what we have been doing, because the board had, the good thought to have a smaller committee kind of focus on getting detailed information from the program manager so that we can vet that and make sure that we're putting the right information forward, so you're not inundated with the in the weeds stuff. We are bringing any proposed projects to the executive steering committee first to kind of look at that information, tell us what it's lacking, answer some detailed questions, and make sure that we get consensus on what should come forward for approval. The planning committee, this committee, then signs off on those proposed projects, and that is what you're going to see here in a few minutes. It's a number of projects that that need to happen for us to move forward with, and it will list out the various RFPs and RFQs that are associated with those projects. Once the overall project listing has been approved by this committee, we will begin posting those RFPs and RFQ documents on the board portal as soon as documents are ready. That's a continuing process just so that you guys you're welcome to look at that information and ask any questions on an ongoing fashion, but it'll be in the portal We're not going to bring that separately back here. As I just described the process to you, it'll be a lot of information, but it'll be there for your review. But we'll move forward once you've approved that overall project list in accordance with our JPS procedures, which have been approved by the board. Once we are to the point of naming the proposed awardee, meaning the scoring is done, the committee has met, we now have our scores tallied by our contract management team. That is the point in which you will see an agenda item to approve that awardee so that we can move forward to contract. We will, before you guys will be asked to approve those potential awardees, post to the portal, once again, the bios, the scoring sheets for the top two candidates, because I believe that's what you all had asked for. And then you can see that information prior to us coming for that approval. And again, that's so that you have information to consider, but that the administrative work in terms of getting to that point is left in the hands of the program manager and JPS staff.
Well, will someone email us to let us know, hey, this has been uploaded to the portal?
Yes, my understanding is that there is notification. Okay. Anytime something is uploaded to the portal. I'm looking at Suzanne's picture here. And I don't know if that's because she actually generates an email, if it's auto-generated, but the answer to that question is yes, you will be notified.
Yes, I will make sure that all the board members gets a email from me to let you know that it's ready for the board portal.
And this is Zim. I'd like to see the scoring sheet profile so I can see what we're measuring and what the grades are for each of those categories.
Sure. So that will be included in the actual RFPs, RFQs that are uploaded to the portal. And the vendors themselves see that scoring criteria as well. And it's buckets of criteria. So it'll depend on what the expertise is that we're seeking, that could shift a little bit. But you know, you will see it outlined in terms of how many points are allocated to each specific thing that we're grading them on. So you will have access to that, Mr. Zimmer.
Other questions for Daphne?
This is Reverend Emerson. Just one other question. On the scoring sheet, will we be considering Tarrant County residents of that firm or not? Will that be on the scoring sheet?
So there is some guidance that, you know, I can talk about the legal considerations of that in closed session as to what we can include from that perspective. So it's not a specific call out, but obviously if that's something that we need to consider in terms of the vendor's ability to perform the services for us, then that is subsumed in the qualifications.
And I asked the same question.
Yeah, thank you. You prepped me for being able to respond to it.
Okay.
Other questions for Daphne on process? As they said, every time one of these RFPs, RFQs gets loaded onto the portal, you are going to get an email from Suzanne that will tell you it's there, how to get to it, the link, so that you can read that in whatever level of detail. The only other thing I think I would say that's warranted is in terms of the process that the staff uses to develop specifications, review the RFPs, score the RFPs. That's not a board member attended deal. I don't attend that. No board members do. Derek Walls will be attending those, our representative from Broadus, as well as Adam. And as they have specific expertise in areas where there's staff available, then staff members with that particular expertise will be brought in. But overall, Adam and Derek will be handling that process for us and then loading it on the portal so we can take a look at it. So any observations or questions regarding process before we start hearing about the specific ones that are going to be coming up first? All right, then, Adam, I'll let you and Derek jump in and start listing, I guess. I'm not sure who's first, Derek or Adam.
I'll start off. So thank you, Trent and team, for allowing me to be here and to present and talk to you. It's exciting to see us beginning to move forward with the bond program. Our team is working closely with the JPS team to develop the RFQs and RFPs like Daphne said. We also bring in some subject matter leaders that help us. So we have some specific things that are going to be incorporated for technology, things like that, and for mechanical, electrical, plumbing. We will bring in some subject matter leaders to help us. In addition to that, we have some of our team members like Case Strategies, that is our hub, MWBE coordination, and they're working closely with your diversity team to make sure that when we're writing the RFQ and writing the RFPs, that we're including all the important elements to put together a comprehensive RFQ and RFP. The process that Daphne was referring to is approximately about 5 months to go through the time that we identify that we want to start writing an RFP, RFQ, to the time that we can award. And that's really important, especially as we get started. As you see these next projects on the list, keep in mind that these are, it's about a 5-month process. It could be a little shorter for smaller projects, but for bigger projects later, when we start looking at Patient Tower and things like that, it could be a longer process. We want to give teams and the firms that are going to be submitting a little more time. So approximately takes about 5 months. So that's why we're trying to get ahead with some of these, because we've got some important projects and enabling projects coming up. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Next, yeah, okay. What I'd like to do is ask and to clarify something. I'm an Aggie. And I didn't do this on purpose because I can't count to 12 or because I'm trying to exclude Texas from the Big 12, but I had inadvertently left number 12 off of the list. So I'd like to ask if it would be okay. The 12 that's on the next slide, if we could go to the next slide, are the 12 that have been reviewed by the Executive Steering Committee. So
12-man thing. I get it.
It's a magical number. So anyway, I want to make sure that that's okay. These were the 12 as we move forward. Thanks, Steve, for recognizing it.
You hurt me so bad.
It's not that it's not that it wasn't recognized. It's just that some of us are ignoring it.
Feel wounded right now.
Okay, so if that's okay, and the last one, and I'll speak to, I'll go in order, but number 12, if we can go back up to that slide, thank you. So number 1 is a medical home, and that's a project that we know is very important. It's critically important. We've got opportunity as our team working with our consultants, Guidehouse and Pricewaterhouse, our planning team. We're in the process of being able to move forward ahead and in conjunction with the work that we're doing here at the main campus. So we've got an opportunity to move ahead with that medical home number 1. Again, keep in mind, it's a 5-month process to get these firms on board. So by the time we get to January, February, when we're ready to award, we will have completely gone through the recommendations with your staff, with executive steering that will be presented to the board for approval. But it is important that we go ahead and have the ability to bring that firm on early. We've got design process to go through and then the construction to go through. So it's exciting because medical home is very high priority, but it's one that we'd like to get started with first out in the community. The next items 2 through 5 are focused on parking, and these are what we are calling our enabling projects. So we've got projects that we know about. We know that there are specifics that are going to be developed during the master plan process that we're going through right now. But there are some projects that will enable us to move forward primarily with parking, so that we make sure that we don't prohibit staff and visitors during that construction process. So the Hemp Hill demolition is and parking is one where Angie referred to that is moving over to your cancer center. The Hemp Hill building, it was approved for demo, and this is to move forward with the parking that will be important. I think it's going to provide about 95 parking spaces, so that's going to be critical, very important. Next is our temporary parking on the East Campus. So thinking of the old St. Joe's site, the Greenfield area over there, it's going to be becoming a critical part of the future development, but we would like to be able to put some temporary parking in that location because we've got some other parking coming up that we want to be able to provide that so that the staff and visitors are not disrupted during that time. Next is the pavilion parking garage was originally designed to go up 2 more floors. So we have the ability to add about another 190 parking spaces to the pavilion parking garage. And again, it's in a great location. It's a good location to serve the pavilion and any other development that happens in that area. So that would be allowing that to go up another 2 floors. Next, number 5 is a new parking garage. That's part of the bond program. It's identified in the Blue Ribbon Report. And so this is going to allow us to bring on a firm that can start that design work and moving forward with the parking structure. I'll stop there and to see if there's any questions so far on items 1 through 5.
On the Hempfield demolition and parking, that is the demolition and putting down the parking lot, correct?
That is correct.
I can speak to that. So in FY20, the board was gracious enough to approve capital funding for the demolition of the Hemp Hill building in anticipation of the move to West Terrell, which Angie just presented. Angie has already gone out to bid for that. That was a routine capital project. That has not been approved by the board yet or brought before the board. That is separate and outside of the bond program, but the parking itself is a part of the bond program and will be a separate project in there. So you'll have transparency to both of those as they come through.
And then the pavilion parking garage expansion, will that parking have to be moved while they build that? Or can they park while they're under construction?
It may interrupt possibly the top floor as you see it now. But once we get into that process, we can really identify that once we get the structural engineer on board and that team to see what those potential limiters can be. And we can bring that back to you, let you know how disruptive that could be to your existing parking.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Reverend Emerson. On within those first 5, on the medical home, it says medical homes, but then there's the number 1 followed. Is there a significance of that?
No, that we will have 4 medical homes that are identified in the bond program, but that would be a typo. So it is medical home number 1, and not that we're going to combine multiple homes into one RFP. This is for 1 medical home that was still to be identified where that's going to go and the details. But thanks for remembering that. That is 1 medical home.
Okay.
And moving forward, so we've got some facilities that we're looking at too. We'll look at the next slide here in just a minute that'll show you some approximate locations. Again, I want to emphasize that it's approximate. We know that there will need to be a new central utility plant on the campus on the east side. As we develop the east side, we don't have an exact location, but it's important that we can bring the consultants on board for items 6 and 7 to start looking at the overall size of that central utility plant from an infrastructure standpoint. And then as the buildings become more identified in square footage and size, then we'll know what the equipment that's going in. But these are going to help us know the size of the infrastructure that needs to be put in for the central utility plant and for the cogen, which is the equipment that's going into that. So we have those two that are facilities. They will be on the east side, but the exact location is still to be determined. The last one is at the pavilion. So the pavilion building it's going to be critical to the expansion for the new facilities, whether that's expansion on the north side of the pavilion or the south side of the pavilion. The pavilion originally was not necessarily designed for expansion. So what this project will do will enable us to have a connector, and more than just a connector, so that the new buildings, the new patient tower, the new D&T block that's going to come online have a connection point to the pavilion. It also is really important to note that it's going to help with some other existing conditions within the pavilion, give us an opportunity to expand the emergency department as well as surgery, which helps relieve some of the pressures that they're having in those two areas. So the pavilion north, we say ER, OR, and interventional radiology expansion. And it's also a connection for the new facilities that are going to come online, as well as help us create a north-south corridor that doesn't presently exist for expansion if we do plan to expand on the south side of the pavilion. So it's a multi purpose to do this. It's going to be really important. It's a tough project because it's obviously a very critical part of your hospital and operations, but it's also critical that we do this to allow us for future expansion. So those are the facility projects. Or any questions on those? Okay. The last 9, 10, and 11. Those are infrastructure related. So in the pavilion, we've got, and I'm going to let Adam jump in on this because he's been working with his team. But we need to make sure that pavilion, from an infrastructure standpoint, has the ability to connect with the services that'll be coming online with the new expansion. So Adam, can you elaborate on those?
Sure. 9, 10, and 11, the nurse call, the fire alarm, and the building controls. Those are the temperature, humidity, pressure controls that we have within all our procedure rooms, including the ORs. Those are both separate and integrated a part of line item number 8. They are also a part of every expansion component that we add on, in that we have to do these simultaneously while we are doing the pavilion expansion, in that they integrate into that expansion, but they also set, if you will, the electronic brains for all future additions that come on, new patient tower, new D&T, et cetera, et cetera. We have to have these in place to make every single addition, similar to building the central plant first. We have to have those in place to add on as we go. So those 3 set that up for our future success in that regard.
And the last one is for geotech and materials testing consultant. That's really important for as we move forward with making sure that soil conditions and things like that, we need to bring that consultant on board. And then materials testing is once we start construction, there are concrete, there's welds, there's various things within the construction process that we want an independent consultant on board that will be doing the proper testing in the lab to make sure that that those materials and the installation are done according to spec. So that was what the geotech material testing consultant is.
Okay, does anybody have any questions about any of these items? This is sort of the first tranche, if you will, of what will be hundreds of these type discussions over the years. Want to make sure everybody's comfortable with process, with the form and format, with the order, the priorities that staff has come up with. I think, except for the medical homes, none of these are as sexy as we'd like them to be, obviously, but every one of these are crucial when it comes to being able to arrange the campus in a manner that allows us to move forward with the really, high profile projects. So staff spent a ton of time on this. They've worked on it. We spent a lot of time at the steering committee looking through these. We're prepared to offer these up to the board to approve the release of these RFPs, RFQs, unless anybody on the committee has any issues or questions that we haven't addressed.
Eddie, just for clarification, we would be seeking the approval to move forward here at the planning committee.
That's right. And it doesn't go to the board, does it, Daphne? This is the authorization, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's one reason we joined finance and planning, is to be able to save a step.
This is Reverend Nelson. Go ahead.
No, after you, sir.
Just my one question of these projects. How will we be able, or how will we equate or make these projects relative to our strategic plan? I mean, some kind of way I would think or hope that we would say how the selection of these projects are in coordination with how we talked about our strategic plan as we present it. I mean, if there's no other reason, if the public raises a question, we can, justifiably say this is our process.
Reverend, that's a good point, and they all do go back to our strategic plan. But to Trent's point, what I discovered in this process, not being a developer or a planner, it's almost like painting a room. When do you stop? This is the reverse of it. You have to do the infrastructure for the parking garages and the movements and the demolition to get to the hardcore portions of the strategic plan. But I feel very confident that we as staff and you as a board member can cite specific aspects of the strategic plan that this ultimately benefits, such as our outreach and looking at the expansion of medical homes and what we're doing to go directly back to the expansion of projects. Also, when we look at increasing the amount of vendors that do work with JPS, it speaks directly to the collaboration and cooperation with the community and JPS. So your point's well taken, and I appreciate you making it, because we always need to fall back on that. But I feel very confident the strategic plan aligns very much with this. It doesn't look as strong, because it's hard to say the strategic plan goes to 2 floors of an expansion of a parking lot, but those can't happen to get you to the bigger projects of the true expansion. But yeah, we can definitely relate it back to the strategic plan.
Ralph, I think we're learning through the steering committee process that part of what we are realizing as we walk through this is there's a number of protocols and processes that we are having to implement and learning through this process that have a direct impact on strategic plan components. For example, the way we have reviewed and quantified and contracted MWBE processes in the past, this is a much broader, much more deep dive, much more structured look empirically at how that process works. And one of the things that we've talked about in the committee, and Dorothy, DT, and Steve were all at the last meeting, was that we shouldn't squander the opportunity to take processes that we're learning from this bond adventure and not deploy them in terms of normal protocols for JPS. So I think, Ralph, your point is a good one, and I think we at the committee can probably alter a couple of these more broad forms that give a pretty high-level dashboard of the project, and specifically identify those components that are strategic plan components. And one of those, honestly, is improvement of the MWBE process.
Trent, I just want to First, I'll make a motion to recommend approval of these 12 items, but also want to thank you for your leadership in the steering committee. There's an awful lot of meetings that go in and a whole lot of information that comes out. And I think that this is an exciting start to kick off this bond program.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Steve and Dorothy and DT have not missed a meeting. I mean, everybody is, well, actually Steve, because he was doing something in Austin, did miss the first meeting, I believe. But other than that, we've had 100% attendance, and everybody is completely committed to it. So I appreciate that, Roger.
Hey, Roger,
Now, you guys have done,
I want you
done
to
a lot of good hard work.
I want you to make note, Roger, that when you thank Trent Petty, he was thankful. When I thank Trent Petty, I get in trouble. So I didn't say anything. Thank you, Roger.
Yeah, it's kind of a fox and grapes thing with you, Robert. Everybody else is
This is Zim. I'll move to second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Derek, Adam, thank you very much. Daphne, thanks for keeping us between the ditches on this. And I think that completes all of our actions for planning, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Petty. I think we're on to item 7. As far as I know, Daphne and Sharon, there are no items for closed.
I believe we do have one item posted. Adam, are you still prepared to cover that? Discussion of unused Tarrant County Hospital District real property closed.
I can. I didn't know if Mr. Early was going to lead start that. We'll go from there.
I think we wanted to go ahead and do that, didn't we, Robert?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. So, Adam, if you will go and begin, what we're trying to deal with.
Sorry, Robert. We need to move into close first.
Sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is David. So Trent. So Steve, are you ready to move into closed session?
Yes, I am. We will reconvene in executive session.
Okay, great. So give me about 1 minute to tear everything down. So just hold on just a second, okay?
Thank you. Okay. The Finance Committee will reconvene in open session. There being no further business, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you
See you
very
later.
much.
As a afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us a little bit late. It's 12:16. We'll call the governance committee meeting for the JPS Health Network for August 26th to order. Thank you all for being here. Most of you through finance and planning, and now here. This will be a relatively short meeting. First off, I'd like to see, is there any citizens wishing to address the committee? I wasn't aware of it previously.
No, not today.
All right, none today. I'll first call for approval of the minutes for our June 24th meeting.
Move approval of our June 24th minutes.
All right, Dorothy for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Dr. Weber. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Well, great. For my governance chair report, don't have a whole lot to say other than to formally welcome Colin Warinka to the team. Colin's been here for about 2 weeks, and I had my first sit down with him last week, able to get caught up. And I can tell the committee, and happy to share with the board, that with Colin's hiring, this is definitely going to be an evolution and a growth time for governance and compliance for John Peter Smith Hospital. Ron and his team certainly did a good job in really getting us started, and this is just another step in the maturation process and growth. So things will look differently, and I do not think that is altogether a bad thing. Colin will begin putting his spin on things, and we will go and adjust and see how we do. But I'm excited about the experience and knowledge that Colin brings to JPS and what it's going to do for our compliance program. I will tell the committee, so most of you probably know that Michelle Atkins moved on to a job in the private sector. And we wish her well there. She is now formally out of the system. We recently lost an auditor who left to go to practice law, which is what she studied school to do. That was a significant loss to the compliance team. Colin has worked, and I'll let him explain it, but worked with HR closely, because I think we're down to only 4 or 5 full-time people in that department, as Arena was moved over into under the legal umbrella and out of Colin's team. So we've got to work to beef up our team, and I don't think that this is a job that can simply be done with consultants. As Colin rightly pointed out to me the other day, we can pay consultants whatever we want to tell us exactly what we want to hear. And I don't think that that's a good standard to set for this department. But I'll let Colin get into that. Colin, welcome to the committee. I'm sorry that your first meeting is going to be a Zoom meeting, because I wanted people to meet you in person. Hopefully we'll be back to in person here real soon. But Colin, take it away, and this will be your committee report and updates for discussion.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and appreciate it. I was looking forward to my turn in the hot seat there in person, but we can do it online here. I want to start out with just a few thank yous here before I get into the slides that I prepared. I think it's prudent during my first meeting here to thank the full board for the opportunity. I think it's a tremendous honor for me to be serving the patients of the district, and the work that we do in the governance division will reflect that. I want to thank the board chair and the CEO and the governance committee chair, who is already proven to be, Mr. Fisher, a proponent of compliance and a true champion of compliance, and we appreciate that. And thank the entire board for what I have seen to be a commitment to compliance and a commitment to compliance culture, and having the ideal org structure and reporting structures in place, and for a commitment to business ethics, which I've seen in a couple of the finance committees that I've had the pleasure to attend to this point so far. And those things, they make a difference. They matter. It matters that it starts at the board level and then cascades down through the rest of the organization. So thank you all. I would like to parrot a little bit what Roger had to say, because my Midwestern values won't allow me to talk about myself. Before I issue a public thank you to Ron Skillens, I don't know him personally. We've not met. But I came from the same place he did in terms of taking over a program and needing to build it. So I know when you endeavor to that the wins come quick and the frustrations come quick, and the collaboration is sometimes inspiring, and other times it's like herding kittens. So I appreciate the work that's been done here. And from what I've seen, it shows a high level of compliance acumen. So he should be proud of what he left here, and I thank him for it. I think Roger used the right term here, that this program will evolve over time from now on. It's not about Monday morning quarterbacking what was here. It is about the program moving into a new era. And so that being said, a little about on my background. I came from Dayton Children's Hospital, where I was the very first Chief Compliance and Privacy Officer. I reported to a transformational leader CEO and a very engaged board. So for me, today is kind of same old, same old. I launched the compliance program at the institution, so I understand kind of what Ron has put in place here. I built much the same way. In 2020, I began tearing it down and rebuilding it to be a more risk-tailored model, which I'll talk about here in a minute, and the importance of that. My other career experience includes working at CareSource, which for those of you who don't know is Ohio's largest Medicaid managed care plan. I cut my teeth in the integrated side of the house, which was a dual eligibles demonstration product that had about 26,000 members in it, and then in Medicare Advantage as well. And for the 8 years prior to that, I worked for the United States federal government as a regulatory inspector, primarily at airports across the country, and then doing regulatory inspections of airlines, foreign air carriers, and flight schools. So that was where I learned how to do compliance work. My philosophy has always been one of the organization should feel like the government is present at all times inside the organization. I think that's the model that works well to stave off violations. The compliance vision is something that I love talking about. You'll see me use the word collaboration quite a bit, as well as transparency quite a bit. I have on here the compliance and audit will own it. When I, obviously rules of the road here, but also what I'm talking about there is non-compliance. I think there's nobody in the organization across the entire enterprise that's more responsible if this organization is not in federal or state legal compliance than the Chief Compliance Officer. That makes it incumbent upon me to partner with, and for my team to partner with internal business partners to mitigate non-compliance wherever it's occurring. That has to be a partnership. I'll be moving us towards resource allocation that's risk-tailored and analytics-driven. The work plans will reflect that. I think it's maybe comfort food right now to see compliance and audit picking 10 items at the start of a year, and that's what we work on for the year. I don't think that is reflective of the dynamic and changing environment throughout healthcare. I think we need to take a look at the totality of risk that exists in healthcare. That's more than just the Office of the Inspector General of Health and Human Services. It's more than just the Department of Justice. There's over 60 federal regulators that touch our business in some way. There are state regulators that touch our businesses in some way. We need to be looking at them all and the enforcement actions that they're putting forward, and then having our own risk drilled down from there. So we want to see a register. I want to make that available to all of you to see. I think that's part of being engaged in the process of overseeing compliance. I want you to understand why we think something is a risk, where it came from, how we quantified it, what we're doing about it. And then once it's resolved, I want to circle back and revisit those things as lessons learned for the future. I think all those things are important as we think about compliance in healthcare in 2021 forward. The last thing I'll say before moving on to the next slide is a note on transparency. This has been a hallmark of my career. It's something that I believe in. I think the purpose of compliance is to detect and prevent. This is a stated objective of the Office of the Inspector General of HHS. It is understood that a large healthcare organization like us that's complex will have non-compliance occurring in it. It is our job to find it and then prevent it from ever happening again. And that should be more or less public, and the board should be made aware of it. If we want to move on to the next slide, I'll give a quick update on the governance division org structure as it stands today. So you have my role leading the division. On the internal audit side, we were actually fully staffed, which is wonderful. We have a great leader in Tim, who's our director of internal audit, and we'll report during closed here. The data analytic audit manager is a wonderful individual. We are lucky to have her. This would have been, had this role not already been present, one of the first things that I asked for to go get. She is already doing wonderful work for us, building our risk register out, and then we will start quantifying from there. This analytics role will take on significant importance to both compliance and audit moving forward. Everything we do is data driven. I don't want to spend time or resource or money on things that are low risk. We are not, in the eyes of the Department of Justice, supposed to be policing low risk areas instead of high risk areas. That will be a sign that our compliance program is ineffective. So we want to make sure that what we're looking at is important.
Say that again, Colin. When you said that they look at your program, it's found to be ineffective. What does that mean?
So one of their hallmark measures is, does the compliance program dedicate its resources to policing low-risk areas instead of high-risk areas? So if we're not quantifying our risk and we're just guessing, if we haven't put analytics to it, then the possibility exists where we're spending money on software, our FTE time, to police a thing that's not really a risk for us. And it would be the case on occasion where we have a risk in healthcare, which for JPS is rather low, and for a physician like a claim is very high, even though it's the same risk. So we have to be able to quantify that and show you how we came up with the calculation. Okay, and good. When it sits at the top of our register, then we start working on it and dedicating resources.
Good, thank you.
Okay. On the compliance side of the house, we are a little bit of a bare cupboard at the moment, which is a wonderful opportunity for me to build with like-minded compliance professionals, people who are data-driven, people who recognize that probably the model of the future is more Department of Justice-centered, while still operating inside of the framework that is traditional, the 7 elements of the Office of the Inspector General of HHS. So we will be recruiting for a director of compliance, also our privacy manager and officer role. We have our senior coding auditor role, which we'll be putting out there, as well as a senior analyst role, which is more of a generalist. So once we get that team filled out, we'll not just be operating effectively, we'll be operating efficiently and effectively. So all that being said, I will turn the shit back over, and I will be happy to answer any questions anybody has, since this is our first time together.
Roger,
anybody have any questions for Colin?
Yeah, Roger, you and I briefly talked about this last night. Colin, you're really down a number of people in a field where it's tough to find folks. If I understood it correctly.
It has been a challenge. I think we're going to have to look at alternative ways to recruit people. So I have a large network of compliance professionals. On LinkedIn, for example, we'll have to go out and do some one-to-one recruiting. We'll have to look around the area and region, and we might have to come up with some hybrid models where if we're able to get a really great compliance professional, but maybe they can't be here and meet with some immediacy, that maybe we can step into that and bring them on board. But I think really until we see what we get for some of these higher level positions, we're kind of shorthanded. There's no doubt about that. With the coding position, we can plug that gap a little bit, and I've talked to Rory about it, doing some internal leveraging. There's some existing contract vendors that do coding that we can leverage against as well and do new statements of work. So there are some limited things we can do, but it's certainly not optimal. We need those positions filled.
Yeah, from my perspective, Colin, your department is very, very important, and it's over the last few years that I've really learned how important it is. And I hope that the district gives you all sorts of support to go ahead and build your department how you see fit, because I'm looking forward to it.
As am I.
Does anybody else have any questions for Colin? I mean, we don't have to talk about it, his college football affiliations or any of those other things. So.
Yes, we do.
We did. I wasn't going to mention any of those national championships or Heisman Trophy winners for you.
Oh, man. I'm taking a real beating here.
Well, Colin, like I told you the other day, I'm really happy to have you on the team, and you stood out from really three really fantastic candidates that myself and Dorothy and Dr. Weber had a chance to interview, and we're glad you're here, and I'm excited about the future and where you can take us, and this register thing is fascinating to me, and seems so simple in its approach, but how effective it can be. I think that's going to take us to a new level. And again, I'll warn everybody now: we're going to see information in a different manner in which we're used to seeing it, and I think that's okay. And we can rest assured knowing that we are focusing on the biggest risks to our organization, and I think that's all we can do. So, Colin, welcome to the team. And we look forward to a long tenure here as we move forward. Does anybody else have anything?
Well, this is Dorothy.
Go ahead, Dorothy.
And I just want to say I'm glad you're on board, and I think I'm looking forward to seeing the changes. And the risk has always been hard for me to for you to ask me to identify the risk. So I'm very glad that I'm going to see a different approach to how we should be looking at risk. So welcome, and any way I can help, don't hesitate to let me know. And on the final deal on HR, do you think you're going to have to go out and use a search firm to help you, or are they going to be able to do it internally, through the department to help you?
I think as a first step, and just to be cost conscious, we can try to do an internal recruitment and see what we get.
All right. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Well, if nobody has anything else, we will. Daphne, I don't believe you have anything to report, do you?
I do not. I don't have a report for this meeting.
David, if you can get us set up, we will convene an executive session to get an internal audit report on Central Supply.
Great.
Tim Chusa will be.
Yeah, give me about 30 seconds.
All right.
I'll let you know.
Thanks. Thank you. We will reconvene the governance committee at 1 o'clock sharp. And having no further discussion, I wish you all a rest of a good day and a good weekend. And this meeting is adjourned.
Good job, Roger.